To the Hawke's Bay Regional Council meeting for this month of August. Welcome everyone here. Kia ora to councillors, members of the council, Nick, exec, staff and those joining us online. A warm welcome to you all. Thompson, could you lead us in karakia and any acknowledgements you'd like to make? Kia ora.
Ka pai kia ora tātou. Whakaaro ake nei au ki ngā mate huhu o te wā. Nui ngā mate i tēnei wahanga o te tau e hoama. Tētai Poro Tom Mulligan, tiraha mai ia ki te marae o Matahiwi. Tētahi atu o kukuia no te rohe o Poranga hau. Ko tangi tau no tēnā, ne hokianga. Katahi anō kia nehu ai i tētahi o ngā rangatira, ngā kaumātua o Porangahau. Rā, ko kāpai Wakefield tēnā, no reira rātau, no te mate hinaki, ngā mate katoa, haere oki atu rā koutou. Ka huri atu au ki a tātou, te hunga ora e piko hia nei i ngā whāinga me ngā wawata o rātou. Just to acknowledge our dearly departed that have embarked on the next journey, the afterlife. This month, there's been many of those, so it's important to acknowledge the contribution that they have made in our communities across Hawke's Bay and across the country. So we welcome them into our thoughts today. Me karakia i tātou as we begin to clear the way so that we can meet the whāinga. Tūtawa mai runga, timatai tātou. Tūtawa mai runga, tūtawa mai raro, tūtawa mai roto, tūtawa mai waho. Kia tau ai te mauri tū, te mauri ora ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tai ki e.
Kia ora, Councillor Hokianga mō tērā, mihi me karakia. I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor Charlie Lambert, who's given his apologies because he is also at a tangi currently. Could I please, I'm happy to move those apologies, and Councillor says second. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. Just some housekeeping, councillors. This meeting has been live streamed on Council's Facebook page and recorded for viewing at a later date on our YouTube channel. In the event of the earthquake, drop, cover and hold. If the shaking is long or strong, when shaking subsides, leave the building through the nearest exit and proceed immediately towards Napier Hill, along Dalton Street to Tiffin Park, continuing up the steps of Cameron Road. Evacuation. If an emergency alarm sounds, immediately evacuate the building through the nearest exit and proceed to the assembly area on the grass at the corner of Dalton and Voltaire Streets. Emergency exits are clearly signposted, and wharepaku are located down the hallway outside the chamber entrance. I'd like to call for notices, and a special notice particularly for Councillor Williams, who it's his last time physically joining us in a council meeting, given he has decided not to restand for Regional Council. So we'll give you 5 minutes of your time to share with us your reflections as a valedictorian. Thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm aware your time's valuable, but yes, it is my last time as a councillor in this seat. There's the Transport Committee meeting to come on Friday. But I just really, in a context where there's a real question over the value proposition of regional councils in government circles, and we have had, and I think rightfully so, our ratepayers asking the question consistently, what do we actually get for our rates? Just to reflect on what we've managed to achieve alongside business as usual over the past 5 years as we've traversed, or 6 years in my term, as we've traversed a 100-year drought, a 100-year flood in Napier, a global pandemic, and a cyclone that's got all sorts of alarming statistics around it, but is in the 1 to 500-year category. If you think about, after completion, obviously, of the Taradale Stop Bank, which I think prevented Gabriel from being a greater catastrophe than it was by a very substantial margin, we obviously initially, and leaving aside all things to do with civil defence, which is a broader responsibility than this council holds, we immediately set about repairing 6 kilometres of stop bank, replacing 6 kilometres of stop bank and repairing 30 kilometres more. We administered and oversaw through the silt task force the removal of 2.5 million cubic metres of silt from around 1,000 properties. We negotiated off the Crown over $200 million of funding towards new NEWI projects, which is probably the largest construction undertaking of that nature in this organisation's history, and includes $70 million of 100% funded stop bank for Wairoa, which missed out in Bola. Mm-hmm. We've completely reset our rating structure, and I know that was controversial, but it was 20 years overdue. And I believe it will place the organisation better in the long term to meet the challenges ahead. And then we moved and responded to the unintended consequences of that, where they landed in ways that we weren't happy with through this year's annual plan. We've entirely reset our financial strategy as an organisation, unleashing HBRIC to do its good work, appointing more independent directors, and to really position our balance sheet to reduce the amount of funding this organisation needs to receive from ratepayers over time, and to be able to fund the type of recovery and response work where we secured government funding for after Gabriel, the likes of which had never been secured from central government, that scale of funding, and will never be repeated. So that's a hugely significant piece of work. In my area, in the transport area, we minted a new land transport plan, which I had on good authority yesterday from the Transport Agency, was instrumental in this region securing $1 billion worth of funding for the expressway and for the Waikari Gorge, amongst other things, and leaving aside all the cyclone recovery funding that came on top of that. We've put in place a new public transport framework, which is a step change in public transport delivery, and which is simply funding dependent, but which we'll be stepping into next year. We're launching the Reimagining Flood Resilience and Living with Rivers conversation with our communities, which is a whole new level again in terms of both scale and innovation to make our communities safer. We initiated an independent flood review, which had 48 recommendations, many of which are currently being progressed. And in line with the recommendations of that, we've taken a leadership role. We haven't followed, we've taken a leadership role on the future development strategy to say, no, we're not building in areas that are subject to hazard risks. We've finally managed to broker a transition of the Napier urban stormwater network, so that it's in one set of ownership and control, and they can get on with investing to keep Napier safer. We've launched and secured funding for Land for Life, which will have huge benefits to soil carbon sequestration, sediment, and more importantly perhaps, or at least equally importantly, keep farmers farming. So that the most productive parts of their farms aren't swallowed up in pine trees funded by the ETS. We've initiated and commissioned the efficiency and effectiveness reviews on top of the very significant savings from our long-term plan settings, which we inherited as a council, to reduce our rates burden, which I think will transform this organisation into a council without walls that partners better with the community to deliver better outcomes for the ratepayer dollar. We're setting up pilots with communities on evacuation in areas that were most affected by Cyclone Gabriel. We've launched the new hazard portal. We've removed 1 million cubic metres of gravel from the Upper Tukituki River, We've initiated a 27 million cubic metre water storage project, which is being, through the feasibility fund work that we're supporting, it's going to be transferred to an independent delivery vehicle. And as an integral part of our policy platform under TANK, under biodiversity, we've held the line. We've continued to protect new sites, and we had the report last week about additional deer fencing and protection. And, you know, we've had to respond to things like alligator weed and Senegal tea. So if you're wondering as a ratepayer what we've been up to, what our staff have been up to, alongside BAU and what your rates are paying for, perhaps just have a little listen to that and think about some of those things that we've done. Just dealing with Cyclone Gabrielle in itself made it very difficult to get ahead of the curve, but those are fundamental, transformational, strategic decisions that will place this organisation in a much better place for the future. I commented at the first meeting of this council that I thought this would be the most significant council in 50 years. I had no idea Gabriel was coming, and I'm by no means a prophet, but I think we have made a number of mokopuna decisions that are of 50-year scale. And I think probably the thing that I'm the proudest of is that we stayed together. You know, we're all very different people, we think very different things, we approach issues in different ways, but by bringing all those ideas together, testing and challenging each other, we've stayed together with the staff, and we've achieved all of that. So that was my notice, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
It's been a privilege to be part of.
Thank you. Kia ora.
Well done.
Well done. Got a wire to back that up? No, I'm kidding. Well done. Thank you so much for sharing that. Team, we will move on to our next item. Kia ora. We have the confirmation of the 30th of July minutes. So we've all been sent those. Can I take them as read? And can I have a mover and a seconder to confirm that they're true and correct? Yeah, Councillor Van Beek. And can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Harding. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. There are no speakers for the public forum today. Call for minor items not on the agenda to be discussed at the end of the meeting. There are none. Thank you very much. Okay.
Chair, if we could just deal with conflicts of interest, please.
My apologies, Councillor. Conflicts of interest to declare in any of our items today?
Yep, I'd just like to declare an interest in decision item 11, or item 11, action plan for water security. Given
Fantastic.
my role on Hiratonga Sustainable Water, I'll recuse myself from that.
Noted. So
and
step away
discussion.
from the table for discussion and decisions.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other further conflicts? No, there are none. All right, we move into our first decision item, which is public excluded, the CE performance and remuneration review, and the new 25-26 KPI setting. Can I please have a mover to move into public excluded? Thank you, Councillor Van Beek, and a seconder. Councillor Harding, all those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you.
There he is.
Kia ora,
Good afternoon.
Jeff. Kia ora, Crystal. Thank you for joining us early, even though we're running late in general. But thank you for being with us again. So you're here to present the Fit for Future Action Plan, which is almost stage 2, series 2 of a 3-stage process for our effectiveness and efficiency review. So I'll hand over to you, Nick.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, councillors. And as the Chair said, this is the second stage of the Fit for the Future work. You have received an endorsed
Can you hear me?
report from Alacrity Lab and had a subsequent workshop with elected members to provide your feedback on a draft action plan, and Crystal and Jeff are here to present the action plan to you. Just a reminder, this is a key part of a strategic approach of council to reorientate the council's business model, to size and shape the organisation to deliver on a new set of strategic priorities that the incoming council will design in its first few months in office. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Crystal and Jeff to take you through a short presentation, and then I'm sure open for questions, Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Hello. Look, firstly, anyway, my apologies for not being able to be there. You understand it was for personal reasons that were unpredictable. So thank you for your tolerance on that one. And I don't know if you know that Crystal's had to go via Auckland to get there. So it's been a little bit of a funny one today. Anyway, thank you very much, and I'd like to take us into it, but Crystal and I will be swapping backwards and forwards on this presentation. And Nick, thank you for your introduction, and hello to all councillors. I'm assuming that you've had the opportunity to read the report that we circulated. It gets a bit detailed in some areas, but I think I'm hopeful that you get the full gist, the gist of it. So if we just start to move through, Crystal's clicking the slides for us. So the hang on, we got a bit ahead of ourselves here.
Oh, would you like to do the 45
Yeah,
minutes?
I just wanted to do the today one, sorry. So we I understand we've got 45 minutes that we're roughly splitting between 50-50 between a presentation by us and then the other 50% question time. I'm going to try and get us through our presentation as quickly as I can, because I think the value at this point in an exercise like this is in the discussion rather than the presentation, and you've got it on the program in front of you. So let's just move forward. Crystal, we got feedback from the last meeting, and you've just noted some of it in the slide. Would you like to walk through it?
Absolutely. Look, you can see it on the screen, and I know that we're running tight for time, so I'm going to race through it a little bit, but I just wanted us to acknowledge the feedback that we've had in the lead up to this point. So just on the screen, in particular, some of the pieces of feedback were around community enablement, and some of the discussion was around some areas with a move to more place-based delivery, community participation and enablement. Moving towards an organisation sort of without walls was part of the discussion, and setting up for some partnership opportunities. Also, the opportunity to improve communication and engagement. And in the action plan, you would have seen we were quite distinctive about communication and engagement, not sort of one or t'other, meaning high level and also working with people to bring them on the journey. And taking the opportunity to share the good work of Hawke's Bay Regional Council was one of the pieces of feedback that we heard. The plan also being adaptable to change, potential changes coming through from government, unforeseen events or other circumstances, and also making sure that we can shape the priorities and resourcing appropriately. So having, I think I actually quoted this, a balanced and integrated program, making best use of resourcing and workforce, managing the demand on rate, and also being more outcomes focused. So I think the example that was given is not just about more trees, for example, but what outcomes are we getting from that? So that's where we wanted to acknowledge that feedback as part of the plan and setting that up. Jeff, I'll hand back to you.
Yep, thank you. So that's just a quick slide of the action plan, which has been adapted and which you've got a copy of. We're just going to pick out bits of it. We're not going to talk through the whole thing in detail. We're just going to pick out bits of it that we think require highlighting. So let's move on, Crystal. So the first area that we want to look at is this the situational overview. And again, we've been over this, but I do want to reinforce it because it's fundamental to the way that we've approached this. What we found was an under pressure organisation with expectations having increased and not only increased in number but in diversity as well. A strategic plan not reflecting regional realities because the regional realities have changed, not because there was originally anything wrong with the plan. And that they are associated with that resourcing constraints and so on. The strategic plan was structured to deliver on a very different situation to what which prevails at the moment. Moving on, Crystal. Our assessment overall too was that the organisation is doing okay. And I think that's important to establish. Perhaps we say it's doing okay, could do better. There are areas that could be improved, but all things considered and the pressures it's been under, we believe it is doing okay. Our assessment from the people that we talked to was we summarised into reasonably efficient, averagely effective. I'm sure that there's an aspiration within the organisation and amongst you to be more than reasonably efficient and more than averagely effective. But as I've said before, the organisation is not in a dire situation, but it has been, as a result of what's happened, been knocked out of shape. It's not operating in the way that an organisation that is fully effective could and should operate. And that's recognised by people within it and around it. And so this point here, ready for change, we found from the people that we talked to that there was and is a readiness for change. You're not trying to push an organisation that doesn't want to move. It's more a question of where it moves and how it moves. And that people want to see sharpened priorities, greater community responsibility for service delivery, engagement with the community, and adjust the operating model to educate, equip and empower those outside the organisation as well as inside. So why is adjustment necessary? And it comes back to the thing that we put to you fairly early on, and that is an overcommitted organisation. The overcommitment is limiting its effectiveness. Commitment and busyness can stimulate activity and people rise to the occasion, and in this organisation they did, but they can't do that forever. And there reaches a point where enough is enough and it starts to have negative effects on the organisation. And we found the overcommitment to be quite extensive in terms of the different areas. There's financial overcommitment. There is servicing overcommitment, or to put it another way, over-servicing of some of the needs and requirements. There's a priority overcommitment, too many priorities in particular. A workload overcommitment, just too much coming at the organisation and coming at it from different directions. And a management overcommitment, in as much as sometimes when an organisation is under pressure, managers tend to pull things towards them to try and maintain control, but it has the effect of overloading them. And we found that situation as well. So that's why we believe the adjustment is necessary. So we set a mission, which was in the A3 last time we were with you. None of you commented particularly on it. We weren't sure whether it was no news was good news or it just didn't get to the mention. But to focus our resources where they achieve the most. So two really working areas: focus resources. That is, get them going in the right places, and that's a priority type of question. And where they achieve the most, and increasingly, that's not the organisation doing everything itself, but it is enabling others to do it as well as doing things, and thereby getting the best effect from it. So fewer, tighter, and strategically selected priorities, tighter levels of service within resources, stronger emphasis on operational disciplines, and investment in systems and processes that enable staff to be more productive. Thank you, Crystal.
Thanks, Jeff. I'm not going to spend time reading through every shift. I think we went through the 5 shifts last time, but I just wanted to highlight the sort of key findings as part of our research and the shifts that we'll work through with the teams in labs. There are 5 shifts that were arrived on, and those shifts are given effect through the actions and activities in the action plan. So just a quick recap. The first key finding is that resourcing is geared to deliver the current strategic plan, which is out of sync with today's needs and contains priorities which are generating greater demand on services than can be realised. And so the shift was refined organisational purpose, and there are 2 key actions that are set to address that. Key finding 2 was that HBRC has not adequately adjusted service delivery and relevant expectations to operate within those resourcing limitations, particularly when priorities are added or circumstances change. And so the shift there is to have more active organisational priorities. The third finding was HBRC has been intensely scrutinised in recent years, and throughout the organisation there was evidence that we found a loss of confidence, and that was instanced by delayed or upward delegation of decision making. And so the shift there was to support improved decision making. The next finding was that managing a large portfolio of urgent priorities has unintentionally shifted HBRC into siloed behaviours, which is leading to missed opportunities for more joined up work across and between business units. And the shift there was greater integration, and there's 3 supports there, one of which notably is the re-establishment of the Tier 3 connection. We also found that some current practices within business units could be adjusted to achieve cost savings without compromising statutory requirements, and other low priority activities could actually be discontinued altogether. So the shift there was to declutter internally and delegate externally. We just flip over to, this is the second page of the A3. You'll notice that there's some key milestones. So this timeline here shows the proposed order of how things can begin. It's not intended to suggest that everything will be done by March, April next year when you begin your action plan, your annual plan rather. But we propose that after the action plan, the virtual Fit for the Future desk would be established. The strategic plan would get underway with the levels of service being identified and adjusted. From that could come implementation plans. And the quick wins, which are listed in the actions areas, there's 6 of them. They are some of them multi-year programs, but have quick wins that can be stood up and realised quickly. They would all feed into the annual plan and, importantly, into the 2027 LTP. We just come across to the actions and activities now. In effect, there are 3 types of actions, and you would have seen them on page 2. What we've called essential actions, which are sort of milestone pieces of work, significant pieces of work. Supports, which are perpetual structures, the structures set up to help enable success. Some of those are new, some of them are proposed to be reinstated. And as I mentioned, for the quick wins, which are finite projects, some of which are multi-year, but within which wins could be realised quickly. And within those actions, there are several activities which are shown briefly on the A3, and there's the detail as part of the action plan. Jeff, if you could take us through that.
Yep. So the essential actions we've identified. First one is a renewed strategic plan with sharper and fewer priorities. And obviously that then guides through to the LTP process. The second is adjusting service levels and the service delivery model, so better able to deliver services within resources and increasing in community involvement in the delivery of some of those services. The third one is develop and apply modelling, that is modelling of the levels of service in such a way that then those adjustments are returning in terms of budgets and balancing between revenues and costs. And the fourth one is to engage communities in a refreshed narrative because of the way that this is taking things, because communities need to understand what's going on. There needs to be a communication capacity here and a communication plan that is able to interpret this to people, both community broadly and stakeholders and people closer to the organisation, iwi Māori, and of course internally within the organisation. Crystal, if you take it to the next one.
Fail, there we go.
So if I could just zoom in on one, I'm not going to go through all of them, but the service levels is a very important one because this is the one that is going to determine this balancing of revenue and expenditure. So clarify roles and purpose through clear definition of what Hawke's Bay Regional Council does and doesn't do. So that's the priorities element of it. Service levels and delivery model adjustments within to operate within resourcing. So that's getting what's done within the resource envelope. Noting that the resource envelope is not very flexible. Increased community responsibility, as we've talked about. In practice, that means repurposing the levels of service process. So that process already takes place as part of the LTP, but we are looking at giving it a larger and more fulsome role in order to do this particular part of the exercise. Consider and consult internally and externally. There will probably in some areas, or not probably, there will need to be some consultation on changes that will be made, and of course the implementation of changes. In terms of what success might look like, the things that we're targeting in this area are fewer overruns, both on time, people's time, getting them less busy, and budgets, not overrunning budgets and controlling those. Community engagement or community engaged in delivery. Cost savings specifically being realised, and increased confidence in the organisation and in the delivery of these services.
The next area are the supports. So there's 5 supports that are proposed in the action plan. The one that I mentioned before was the Tier 3 connection, which is designed to weave together the operational capability across the organisation. The second one, which we'll zoom in on a little bit in a moment, is increased decision-making supports and the reduction of transactions to support active and robust decision-making throughout the organisation. That's at each level. It's not just at one or other. It's through the organisation. We also spoke in one of the labs about supporting to improve the councillor onboarding process, which is applying past learnings to improve the onboarding of councillors incoming. Support 4 is aligning technical priorities to organisational needs and resourcing, so having a stronger connection to ICT through the organisation to help relieve frustrations, to make sure that the organisation is operating effectively and efficiently on its ICT platforms. And lastly, balancing the emphasis on ICT innovation. One of the findings in our research was that there is investment in large ICT opportunities, but not a balance of the sort of quick wins that can be enabled through ICT platforms. And so looking to unleash some of that for real-time problem solving, get people up and moving and on with the job.
So what we wanted to zoom in on, well, for the purposes of this presentation, is the increased decision-making supports and reduce transactions. I know that when we last talked about this, some of you looked at it and I saw a few eyebrows popping up and down and that sort of thing. So I'd just like to talk to this for a second. Raising confidence around decision making and problem solving in the organisation is one of the key aims of this. I mean, the basis in many ways of running an organisation is problem solving, and in solving problems, the key to solving problems is making decisions. And if you don't make decisions, you don't solve problems, and so the thing goes on. And successful organisations solve problems, that they address them, they analyse them, they make decisions about them, and they move on. So devolved decision making within levels of competence also becomes very important. So it's not just that the decisions are made, but they are made in the right place in the organisation to minimise bottlenecks. The activities that we're looking at here is streamline the ELT agenda, and I make no apology for what that's meant to be. It's meant to free up ELT from some of their more operational responsibilities so as they can deal with the strategic demands that this sort of program is going to put on them. Once there's a really firm strategic plan in place, once levels of service have to be worked through, that is mainstream ELT operational concerns, or management concerns, should I say. So making sure that they have priority on the agenda. Enhance the quarterly leadership forum at the tier 3 level. That is getting them more into real-time problem solving. Now they do it now, and many of them do it extremely well. But getting a culture around that and making decisions, solving problems, moving forward. Implementing decision-making training and develop decision-making frameworks, and reducing meetings and workshops where possible to ensure that where they do take place, they are intentional, purposeful, and efficient as possible. Now, with problem solving and decision making, this is a role modelling thing. The governance can role model to management for that matter to governance, both governance and management to the rest of the organisation. If people in the organisation see let me say, dither around decision making, then they will tend to role model that. If they see good, clear, well conceived decision making, they will do likewise, and that's what we need in the organisation. So indicators of success are a decrease in bottlenecks, resulting in fewer missed deadlines, less frustration, and as I've just mentioned, a role modelling process going on. Crystal.
Perhaps we should move the recommendations now and decide to adopt the action plan, get on with it.
Right.
We nearly at the end,
Fabulous.
Jeff? Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'll just take us through the quick wins briefly. Now, obviously, you've got those in your program. Quick wins, quick. We'll quickly win that one. So, look, you've been through these quick wins before, but I did make the point that some of these have a longer tail and some of them have things that can be stood up quite quickly, and that is detailed within the action plan. I'll take the example of harness the power of data and information as one of the quick wins. So, it was recognised in the labs that having good access to good information that exists within the organisation is currently somewhat reliable on institutional knowledge. Where does that exist? Where is it? How do we find it? Where is it filed? And so to streamline all of that is a larger process, but there are quick wins that can happen along the way, giving people the right access to the right files, greater connection, those sorts of things. So just very briefly, we're going to zoom in on land and environment, which is quick win 1, which Jeff will speak to, and actively pursuing further financial savings opportunities. So I will move forward into that.
Good. Thank you, Crystal. So This is the area, of course, that Richard has been working on, and I've enjoyed the opportunity to talk this through with him, because it's a live example of changing levels of service. So it's greater contributions to land management activity from community and stakeholder participants, and moving from a one-to-one delivery model to a broader reach, lighter touch, one-to-some, one-to-many type of model. And that particular element is really important. The activities in this area is a high-level description of the changed operating model. We've got to be really clear what this operating model is, and in detail, because everything else depends on that. Stakeholder and community engagement in both the development, design and the operation of it. Final proposal and operational detail, a transition plan and a risk management plan, and monitoring and measurement. The indicators of success. Cost savings are being realised in this area. We make no apology for targeting cost savings in this area, but there is an effectiveness dimension to this, absolutely. Operational efficiency improvements are being voiced by staff and stakeholders, and contributing to a more joined up situation. So just to summarise, I mean, the current state, there is already engagement with community groups and collectives. This is mostly information sharing, education, light touch type of stuff. In a future model, we see there being a more operational involvement at that level. And the challenge is finding the right balance between of expectations and of people involved. And I just make the point that who are these people who might be involved? And they stretch from the individual farmer or the individual land user, should I say, right through across catchment groups, community hubs, river groups, biodiversity groups, animal and pest groups, and whatever. So this particular area is quite a sharp change, but it will, excuse me, it's reflected in the levels of service approach that we've been talking about earlier.
Thank you, Jeff. I see we've got a few more quick wins, which I see on the A3, and I'm
just about there.
Yeah, I'm going to assume everyone's read their papers and read the A3. And we have had great opportunity with you both through workshop to talk through these. So none of this is actually new. So what I suggest, is there a concluding slide that we can go to, and then we'll get into questions. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yep. So I think just this one on, what are we on? Okay. Crystal, you've jumped ahead of me. So, okay, you really have gone to the concluding one. So at the end of it, what will we have? We'll have a confident and effective council delivering on its priorities, a council trusted by its community and grounded in regional realities, and an agile organisation with enduring financial strength. Now, the financial strength issue is a very important one. You can't be agile if you're not, you don't have financial resilience, and you can't be confident unless you know what your priorities are, and you can't be trusted unless you're grounded in a regional reality. So let's leave it there, and anyway, it's in your hands.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Crystal. Questions, Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair, and thank you, Jeff and Crystal. Look, as councillors, we've had the opportunity on multiple occasions to engage with this material, so I don't have questions for you. I have a lot of questions for the organisation in terms of the implementation of this, and a couple, if I may, for the CE. So, Nick, firstly, could you just briefly describe what the resetting level of service expectations looks like in your mind? What's the process, and just any other sort of insights you can give on that? And secondly, anything you can tell us further about the financial and resource implications of implementation. And there's a note about $200,000 per annum, but it's very vague. Thank you. I'll give it a go on levels of service. So there are the bigger levers that council can pull on levels of service. On one end of the spectrum, do you continue to do an activity or not? On the other end of the spectrum, it's do we continue to deliver the activity in the same way we currently are, or change that level of service? So let's use an example that's not to do with land and biodiversity, because we've talked about that a lot. But if you took flood control, for example, you could decide that in principle, flood control was around large communities and lifelines, but less about rural land protection, in which case you'd ask the question, do you want to have 25 schemes or 3 schemes, for example? Now, I'm not suggesting to anybody watching that that's where the council will go, but that's an example of a big shift in a level of service. And I think that flows out of your strategic plan. And what we need to do to support your decision making on that is to be really clear, A, what the financial implication is, B, what are the social implications of that, what concerns might the community raise, and then you've got the job of saying to the community, here is what we are proposing in terms of those changes to levels of service. But the sooner in the next triennium that can be done, the more prepared we are for the conversation in the LTP, rather than leaving it to that 6 months before the LTP when you get bombarded with workshops. So that's that one. The second one, we're working our way through what implementation might look like. I think that there are 2 choices with implementation. You could call in people to come and implement it, but actually I think you need the resource of the organisation to do it. So we're looking to be able to do, I guess, a couple of things. One is to have ready for the new council a reporting and monitoring process, so the right committee of council can monitor implementation. Second part of that then is largely, I see my role as being one of sponsor, if you like, and then ELT becomes the steering group for implementation, and ELT will need some support to do that. So we are looking at an internal expressions of interest to put somebody in a PM role to coordinate across the various pieces of the org and make sure the reporting back to this table is intact. There's some nice wiring diagrams that we've got 2 or 3 options on that we're working through at the moment. So essentially, the moment that the action plan is approved, we can get on and get implementation underway. And you'll have seen some initiatives that, whilst we haven't called them Fit for Future, we're already working our way through.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McIntosh.
And Nick, do you see this being, say, a 6-monthly reporting cycle as one aspect, and the other is we've got indicators of success there, and so they're statements, but some of those are quite specific, so it refers to cost savings, for example. So the first question is on the reporting, the second is to, are you confident enough to be able to translate those sentences into detail? So if it says cost saving, what the number is that we're looking for in areas?
In terms of a reporting cycle, I think it more frequently than 6 monthly, and I think there's a really important thing for the new council that you'll want to have confidence that the program's in place and running. You can always relax your reporting schedule, but it's harder to ramp it up. So I would think at least quarterly as a first mission, and any informal briefings that council want in between. And yes, I think we can translate those indicators of success into actual numbers or actual quantities where we need to, but we're going to have to go through a bit of a process of design, I guess, for implementation. And I don't want to say that something will yield $1 million or $500,000 until I've really poked under the hood of that in a bit more detail. Yeah. But yeah, I think this provides us a great blueprint to work from, and exec has been spending the regular time now thinking about how we do it.
Thank you. Councillor Curtin.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair, again to the CE. I just want to go to the timeline on the sheet. I just want clarity around what that timeline means. I'm reading it says quick wins, and it's sort of lands about annual plan and the financial benefits. Can we expect the financial benefits and cost savings to be baked in the 2026-27 annual plan?
I think you can expect some of them, but not all of them. So some of these things will take us more than the what have we got now, 6 months or so before the annual plan to be delivered. Others won't, and happy to come back with more detail on that.
So
when
do you come back to us on the specifics about which ones and when are we put into play?
Yep, and that's what I really want to get a PM involved to scope all that out, make sure that's all in place and ready to go. So absolutely, some of them yes, but some of them will be ready for the LTP.
Should we be putting in some financial targets anyway? Looking at the 3-year annual plan we've got, 3-year plan we've got, we put a number around the last plan, the current year's plan. We do give you another 5 million target to have a go at.
Clearly, that's your decision as council. Again, I think there is this process will contribute to savings. If council's view is you just want financial savings, then that's a conversation you can absolutely have to say this is what we want. But I think the E&E process is a contribution to that. It's not necessarily the whole answer to that. So I think there's slightly different courses of action.
Nick, would it be timely that the first report and meeting, there's a timeline of when each of these can be achieved?
I think so in principle. This is a big mission, and what I want to make sure is that we set this groundwork really appropriately for it to go. But absolutely, we are, as an ELT, donkey deep now in looking at how this is going to work. I'm ready to press go on an EOI to have a PM in place. What I would suggest I think there would be some real value in having some external touch on this through that process, to keep me on track, but to give you some assurance. And one of the things we're thinking about coming back to you on is whether Jeff and Crystal at various points over the next few months touch back into this process to say, are they on track? Are they off track? It gives you a measure that's not just purely what you're hearing from me and ELT.
Okay. Councillor Sears, thank you.
Just carrying on from that point through you, Chair. Recommendation 2 notes the Chief Executive will proceed with implementation and provide the incoming council with a reporting and monitoring schedule. I mean, I think that meets the requirements of what we're talking about. I wouldn't like to see us committing at this point externally. We have a project manager. I can't see that the reporting and monitoring schedule needs any extra oversight. I think it would be wise for you to be following the process you're suggesting, and the first meeting of the incoming council, looking at that reporting and monitoring schedule as an opportunity to refresh or look for external advice or monitoring if we think it's necessary. But it seems to me that it would be an overkill, it seems, from this at this point.
Good point, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Sears. Are there any further questions? Councillor Roadley? You're happy to move the recommendations as they are, and you're happy to second, Councillor Sears? Councillor Roadley?
No further.
No further, Councillor Sears?
Only to say thank you to Jeff and Crystal, thank you to staff. It's been quite a big process, and the outcome is only as good as the input, so we know how much the organisation's put into this, and I feel very proud that we activated this and we got there alongside staff, because with all the discussions for ratepayers around value for money and efficiency, this is probably the primary piece of work that any council can do to really make sure that we are delivering on our priority, clear on our priorities, delivering on our priorities and delivering on them effectively. So I'm really excited to see the next stage of this, and grateful to everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sears. Councillor Harding?
Kia ora, Chair. Look, I just wanted to make a couple of observations. The first one was that originally when we started talking about efficiency and effectiveness, we thought that was the route to delivering quick wins in time for our current our current annual plan. It turned out not to be the case, but I just want to acknowledge the whole organisation led by the Chief Executive, who nevertheless delivered more than $4 million worth of savings. So it's not as though nothing has happened. As it's turned out, efficiency and effectiveness is a bigger, deeper issue, and we've got some great analysis to justify and explain that. What the incoming council is going to have the biggest challenge with, I think, is in wrestling with levels of service and actually grappling with the question about what we don't do. And we've come through a time where the perception is, whether badly, well or indifferently, this council does everything. We have proven to ourselves and proven from externally, we can't do that anymore. So we're going to have a process of refining, but also taking the community with us, and also a process of dealing with the disappointments that are inevitably going to arise when we say, sorry, we can't do anything. Do this thing that you want right now, or maybe not in this plan. Don't underestimate how difficult that is going to be. But also recognise that part of the solution to that really knotty problem is in leverage, is in looking at outcomes and looking at working with groups and working with leverage rather than the one-to-one. So the answer is also embedded in E&E. If we don't put both of those together, we're just going to create a lot of perceived non-delivery. But if we put the two together, we can do as much, if not more cheaply and more on target. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harding. Councillor Martin Williams.
Councillor Harding stole my speech. Thank you very much.
Perfect. He did mine too. Any other speakers?
Sorry.
Councillor Bente.
All words so far, what I really would like to see in the up and coming 3 years that we actually will see in our papers, once again, a hook back to actually the work that we do here, so we actually can identify it, so we can see it. Because then we can actually measure ourselves without actually having huge dashboards. We actually can see it in the papers, which will be really good, like an orange tick of Jeff or
Orange
would be really
tick.
good.
Very good, very good. I'd just like to thank everyone that has been involved. Like, we've had plenty of opportunity to provide our feedback, and we have. I just really do hope for the future that our strategic planning and refresh goes as well to make this effective, the whole blueprint effective. So we have the recommendations on the table. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. Thank you, Crystal, Jeff.
Thank you.
Hey, safe travels home.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Team, we're going to move to the Ahuriri Regional Park Master Plan item. Given the late schedule that we're now running on, apologies. And we do have guests, so I'd like to thank Deputy Mayor Nick Brosnan and Connie, who's part of the Napier City Council team and a part of the project management team for this master plan work. We obviously have Chris and we have John.
Yep.
Thank you. And just noting up front that we'll be making amendments to the recommendation slightly with some additions to it. But I'll hand it to you, Chris, to do a short overview, and then we'll just open up for questions if that's fine.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
and I'm
thank
happy
you.
to invite our guests up too.
Yeah, come on
we do
up,
have
thank
Connie,
you.
the project manager there, who might be able to assist. So feel free to
Yeah,
come
come
up
on
to the
up.
front and be part of the
Yeah, come
team,
on,
and
Nick.
Deputy Mayor as well, if you like.
And just noting that Deputy Mayor Nick is the chair of the joint committee.
Yeah. So thank you. So look, we will be brief.
Very brief.
Yeah, just a
Thank you.
point of note that we actually are under time constraint. So the more people you get there, the longer it will take.
No.
So
Well, they
just be
don't
aware
get
of
to
that.
say anything. I'm only asking Chris.
No, we won't do a short presentation. What I'll just introduce the item.
Yes.
John will talk about a couple of key points, but obviously you've seen the master plan before, back in April, prior to it going out for community engagement process, which has occurred, and a number of changes have been made to that report. So that's the background. You have seen it in detail before. So really this is about receiving the report so that the project can continue, and we can work through the exact wording of the recommendation, but that's certainly the intent of today. And I'll just hand it for John for a few key points and then hand it over for a bit of discussion and stay on time.
Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. Thanks, Chris. I'm probably not the best to talk to all the key points. Those people are probably to my left and right, but I'll give it a go. So as you're well aware, this master plan dates back to 2018 and the first generation of a master plan for the Ahuriri Estuary and Coastal Edge. It's predominantly geared around stormwater improvements associated with our shared resource consent for discharge of stormwater from our shared urban stormwater assets to the Ahuriri Estuary and the conditions within that to implement end-of-line stormwater treatment. It also looks to combine biodiversity enhancement and cultural narratives into the area referred to as the Goon Farm. You can see in the paper there's quite a staged pathway that has been implemented in the development of this generation of the master plan. That's involved a great many people, including Te Whanganui o Urutu. So not intending to go into that pathway, it's there for you to read. Obviously, there are some key issues that have been traversed in the development of the master plan, bird strike, valley management, appropriate naming, managing perception and master plan adoption. So there's some options that have been put forward in the paper. Receive and consider the master plan, do not adopt the master plan, adopt the master plan, or adopt the master plan with recommended amendments. The master plan does look to support climate change resilience with the additional benefits of biodiversity enhancement and cultural awareness. And obviously with Te Whanganui o Urutu being involved, Mana Ahuriri Trust has been involved in its development. And really that's probably as short a summary as I can give given the time constraints and noting the recommendations of officers and also the proposal to make amendments. I'll leave it to the Chair.
Thank you. And just want to acknowledge Bart, who's been part of the TAG team. Look, so team, the last time we had this project in front of us, it was in terms of the engagement plan. We endorsed that. It went out for consultation. It was done very well, extremely well, great feedback. The joint committee then took on that feedback and prioritised, and what we have now is stage one, just the core components of that park. So look, I'd like us to amend the recommendations in line with what Napier City have decided on, and what that is recommendations 1, that we receive and adopt the master plan. It's only the master plan, but adding to that, noting that the adoption of the master plan does not commit council to implement funding. Placeholder funding has been signalled in the long-term plan for 2028, but this will be subject to future budget decisions. And then we carry on to 2, which asks for a report to be brought back to council, and then 3, the normal agrees that this decision is not significant. Okay, so that's what I'm suggesting that we amend the recommendations to. It essentially says that the master plan we adopt, but we're not financially committing until we get to long-term plan stage. Okay, is that understood by everyone? Okay, so I'm happy to move that. Can I please have a seconder, Councillor Williams? Thank you. And would you like to share a little bit in your experience of the joint committee very shortly, and then we can move the item?
Look, I actually think I said everything I wanted to say about this at the April Environment Committee. It's core infrastructure, stormwater and biodiversity, which is absolutely critical to social and economic well-being. It's not a nice to have. It's been an extensive journey, and I don't see any risk in adopting this plan. It's not committing us until we're in a position to go into the funding stage. So, you know, everything to gain, nothing to lose. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers?
Are you taking questions at all, Madam Chair?
No, we don't have time for those unless it changes the recommendation. Yeah. Councillor Sears?
Just to say thank you to the committee. Thank you to, I think, and was this actually your, did you initiate this? Or was it just something you picked up when you came in?
It was initially in the 2017 Ahuriri and Coastal Edge Master Plan, which was a joint document. So it was originally visioned through that by all of council and then sort of picked up jointly by regional council through Hiniwai, Neil and Martin thereafter, and ourselves. Yeah.
Well, congratulations to all of you and to the vision of it. It's such a beautiful plan and such a beautiful opportunity. I hope that things come about that we can finance it in the way that we intend. So yeah, congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Speaking.
Very, very briefly, I am speaking to it, so I'll pose my question inside the other way around.
Rhetoric question.
Yeah, rhetoric question. I just feel that along the journey, great plan, well done. We've come a long way, done a lot of investments gone on. One thing that I was looking for, I thought was in the paper, was around, we see it as a key feature around the stormwater treatment wetland as a basis for that. But I couldn't just see where the start point was, what those contaminants we're looking to take out and measuring performance on the way through. And I couldn't find it, and I just wondered whether at some point during our monitoring reporting, we actually do have a baseline and we say these are this is this thing working, and we've got evidence for that. So that was really my I couldn't find it in the paper. So.
I think that would be a really good follow-up that the Joint Committee can take on. Councillor?
Yeah, I would say make the suggestion that it might be worthwhile having the stormwater diversion project, which is managing all of the quantity and quality issues associated with the actual treatment of the stormwater, potentially come and give an update to, say, Environment Committee at some stage would be beneficial as well, which goes hand in hand with this project.
Perfect, thank you. And apologies again for the rush of this item. But all those who agree with the recommendation say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carry. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Team, we're going to move on to the Napier Hastings Future Development Strategy. Can I please call up Katrina? And just to start this, I'd like to give thanks to Councillor Williams and Councillor McIntosh for representing us on the Future Development Strategy. It's been and Katrina, it's been a very, very long road to get here. And just in response to Councillor Williams' valedictorian speech, just a huge mihi for your contribution. I didn't quite respond straight after, but I wanted to say something in this item because I know that you've played such a crucial role across the committees on our behalf, so thank you so much for that, ngā mihi. I'll hand it over to you. Thank you, Katrina.
Thank you, Chair. The FDS has already been formally adopted by HBRC, but since that time has gone to both Napier City Council and Hastings District Council meetings for adoption. As a consequence, both councils have since also adopted the FDS, and a large part, over 90% of that plan, has agreed and is adopted. There are a small few areas, as we well know, that each of the councils differ. So those points of difference involve the proposed Greenfield area of Riverbend Road and Middle Road, which HBRC excluded from their decision. Hastings District Council also excluded Wall Road and
we included it.
Middle Road. And NCC included both Riverbend Road, Middle Road and Wall Road. And as a consequence of the slight differences, There is a front end of the FDS that explains all of that, and it's that part that I'm bringing you today to formally adopt. It is a single strategy, it does meet the national requirements, and the FDS has been updated to reflect the council's respective positions on each of those areas. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Katrina. Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And Katrina, I apologise. I did mean to reach out to you about this yesterday, but one thing that's always confused me is if you look at the summary that's going in there, with the changes that the Regional Council resolved at its last meeting where this item came up, we have a total new greenfield development capacity of 3815 houses if you take out Riverbend Road and Middle Road. But on the following page, it implies, as to table 4, that there's a shortfall of minus 290 when greenfield demand is only 3,710. To put that more simply, if we've got 3,815 houses greenfield capacity and 3,710 greenfield demand, why is there a shortfall in greenfield capacity? I've never understood tables 4, 5 and 6. Do you?
Through you.
That's why I wanted to ask you yesterday, because it's pretty unfair to put you on the spot.
Correct. I don't have an answer for you.
Yeah, perhaps you come back to you on that. It's not critical to the decision, but it's always seemed very strange to me, and I haven't understood why with 3815 houses capacity and 105 houses fewer than that demand, we have this so-called long-term shortfall in greenfield capacity of 290. I just don't understand that. I wouldn't mind.
I can come back to you. I do think it's about, if I'm willing to take a stab,
go on.
But I could be completely wrong. It might be about the timeframes that capacity is required, at what point it then becomes a shortfall. But I will come back to you on that because I don't have the answer.
Yes, curious. No,
It has been through a legal review, it's quite substantive, and our legal counsel are quite confident that the FDS absolutely meets the requirements of the legislation. So, curious. I'll come back.
I think the Plymouth District Council had a legal review of its rating notices as well. Anyway, there we go.
After my time, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Councillor Curtin.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. Thank you, Katrina. Just two questions I'd like to know the answers to around the implications of the FDS. What does it mean for example, the district plan process and any if you like, appeal or objection to any particular development? Does it hold weight in any sense? Can it be used to restrain or encourage our TAs or developers in any sense, given what's on the table now?
The district councils need to give effect to the FDS and to their district plans. Under the original legislation that these provisions were developed, the FDS was also to be given effect to by the regional council in its regional policy statement. And so we will need to look at that and make sure that our current regional policy statement does do that, given the potential changes from central government in terms of resource management reform and the questions over whether regional policy statements will continue to exist creates some uncertainty in that regard. But certainly the district councils will have to give effect to it in their district plans. That means that they will need to do plan changes to incorporate these areas into their district plans, and they are subject to normal plan change provisions and can be submitted against or to or their other. Napier City Council is already underway with its proposed district plan and has received submissions on proposed rezonings, including Riverbend Road, that it will need to consider, or their decision panel will now need to consider in line with the FDS.
So given that they need to give effect to it, the FDS, what is the consequence of having a different or a difference of view that there are options available? Will, for example, Napier City Council choose to adopt or to give effect to their view of the FDS, in other words, their view around Riverbend Road, or are they required to give effect to our view?
They will likely give effect to their view. That's the point of this front end, is to set out that there are only 3 sites in the entire region that the whole region or the 2 district councils and the regional council disagree with. There are many, many, many others that we are all in agreement on. And HBRC has made comment and submissions and will continue to do so on those sites that it has not endorsed.
Okay. Any further questions? There are none. Councillor Williams, yes, please.
Yeah, look,
Would you
I'd like to move the recommendations. There is an additional recommendation, however, that I wish to table. It's not to do with the content of the plan. Just which page are we on of the agenda, please? Here we go.
64.
I was just doing a bit of legal research in light of the answers given by Katrina. That I would like to add the words after 4, adopts a final Napier Hastings Future Development Strategy. I'd like to add these words for proposal for consideration, reserving its position in relation to any future planning or consenting processes regarding the residential greenfield sites excluded by HBRC. That's that's in essence saying that we're adopting the strategy. There's various tags and caveats in the strategy as to why we've excluded those, and we're not committing to supporting any future consent or any plan change that is brought about by one of the territorial authorities, particularly where it, say, includes Riverbend Road. So that's the purpose. Can I just also add, Chair, that my reading of the NPSUD and the RMA, as I understand it, is that those councils would have to have regard to the future development strategy. They don't have to give effect to them, and nor do we.
Sorry, my bad.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Sorry.
Okay.
So they're not binding like a regional policy statement is binding on a district plan, or a national policy statement is binding on a regional plan and a district plan.
Sure.
It's a factor
Yes.
in a future consenting process, and I just think if we reserve and we signal to our communities that we're reserving our position in relation to those areas excluded, that gives us a freer hand to participate in those processes at that time, in reliance on the text of the document that we've got in front of us.
Thank you for that. I'll second that, Councillor Curtin. Okay, Councillor Curtin, would you like
Well,
to
just
speak?
if councillors, just to support Councillor Williams in this approach. Obviously, my concern for a very long time is the ability of, well, if you like, the ignoring or overlooking of our firmly held beliefs around the hazard involved. It's important that we do reserve our position and make it very clear to the TAs that we do not support their developments in those zones, and for those very reasons that it confronts the whole objectives of the FDS. It should not do so. That is a grave error in my view of those councils to ignore their primary objectives. The hazards are vital, and we, from this council's perspective, are doing the right thing by flagging right from the get-go that we do not support the development of that nature in those zones and the consequences for community. So very happy to support that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? There are none. Right, a reply at all?
No.
Councillor Williams, no. All being said, all those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. Thank you, Katrina. Yes, let's take a break. How long do we need, team? 10 minutes?
5.
5? No, let's do 10. Let's do 10. Thank you. Thank you. We'll hand it over to you, Andrew, on the procurement plan for Wairoa.
Great.
Kia ora.
Well, look, thank you, Chair, and I won't labour the agenda item itself, and I hope it's sufficiently explanatory for you to know what it is that we're requesting and the decision that we're after from you. But very simply, it is to delegate authority to Council Chief Executive to approve the procurement plan for Wairoa, and then subsequently to be able to approve an initial engagement of a preferred ECI contractor through the almost the advisory stage of it, and subject to the successful outcome around the pricing side of it, should that be pursued, that the Chief Executive also has authority to enter into an actual construction contract. Just one point that I would emphasise is that Wairoa is typical of most of our NIWI projects, namely we are running them in parallel with land access, with finalisation of design, with consenting, everything. And that means we have to be careful about the sequencing of what we do and don't get ahead of ourselves that we appoint a contractor and, for example, do not feel sufficiently confident around land access. It's not to say that we wouldn't pursue the engagement of a contractor without having secured all of the land, but by goodness, we need to be confident that we'll get it and it's not mission critical to the timing for the construction of the project. So that is an ongoing discussion that I would have with Chris and the program board to make sure that there is full visibility about those decisions as we go into it. Just a comment around an ECI, early contractor involvement. It will be or highly likely to be the only project where we adopt this form of procurement. It will be involving the 4 Category A, I always get this terminology wrong, Category A list of the preferred contractors, of which there are 10, which are Heb, Fulton Hogan, Higgins and Goodman. They are the only ones that will be invited to participate in the ECI. If on the assumption that you approve today the delegation, we will actually initiate that very quickly. And on the assumption you are going to approve it, we have a session with Nick in the morning and Chris to run through the procurement plan, to go through the explicit parts of it, and then to initiate the process. The reason we are as anxious as we are to appoint a contractor is for a whole lot of the reasons I've outlined in the paper around the advantage of that, but also to maximise the criticality of the 2025-26 construction season. On the Heretaunga Plains, we can assume that we can not quite operate every month of the year, but if the weather's favourable, you can substantially. In Wairoa, with the spillway alignment we've got, it gets very wet and the water table gets very high. So you are substantially looking at a summer construction season, and if we don't take advantage of that in 25-26, this project will not be completed until 27-28. So hence why we are anxious to engage a contractor on the assumption we get the land access, and I know that's still a big issue for us, but that all of the things are in place by the time that we fully engage a contractor, that we can make progress this construction summer. So that is a principal reason why we are adopting this procurement approach. If everything goes the way we hope it will, there will be significant advantage in doing what we propose to do. So, Chair, I will leave it there. I'm happy to answer any questions that councillors may have about the detail as contained in the paper.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Thanks, team. I think I'll head over to Councillor Roadley first, given this is her patch.
Thank you.
For questions. But what I hear is that we are very time sensitive, hence why the ask and the recommendations is for that higher level of delegation. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Roadley.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Andrew. I guess an invitation to you to speak a little bit more about the off-ramps once those contractors are engaged, once we've got into the early stages. How do you structure it so that you can back out should the project not replace?
Right. So there will be 2 contracts entered into with the preferred contractor that we want to work with, and The weighting for evaluation is 25% on price and 75% on non-price. So I think you can immediately see the importance of establishing confidence with the preferred contractor around the collaboration that will be necessary, their experience and track record with the ECIs, and the fit between our respective teams. That will be critical. Once we've done that, there will be that initial advisory stage where, as best we're able to, there is interaction with WSP as the project designers to optimise design around efficiency, constructability and some cost efficiencies where they might arise, and contractors can frequently bring that to the table. On the assumption that that part of the process goes well, there will then be entered into a specific negotiation phase around price based on the final design. Our QS support from WTP will be paramount in that to make sure that we are getting as reflective market prices as we can ascertain through the QS process, and that everything lines up as we would expect on that front. If we couldn't get agreement on that, there will be no contract entered into for the construction phase, and that is essentially the off-ramp. So it's very much subject to that final phase, and I would like to think that a contractor will not put the energy and effort into pursuing this opportunity without a determination to be part of the final build at the end of it, because that's what they're all about. They want to build things.
100%. Can I just clarify? And so what you also suggested earlier is that this is not setting up a how we're going to do things across the other. It's not a precedent for how the others are going to roll. This is a special case, and given the role of the Crown Manager and the 100% funding from the Crown, I'm happy with the recommendations.
Thank you. Yes, further questions? Councillor Williams.
Yeah, look, I'm not an expert in tender processes, procurement for construction contracts and their terms, but are you able to, without price risk being elevated, and do you intend to essentially, through asking us for this delegation, negotiate a contract that's effectively conditional on land access ultimately being secured, so that when and if land access is secured, you can simply press the button? Or are you irrevocably committed to the price of that contract and, in effect, paying for those works, even if you don't get access? Just talk to me about how is it going to be structured?
So look, as you're all aware, land access is still a critical key to the door for us to actually build this flood mitigation that we're proposing in Wairoa. So that sits there very much at the forefront of all of our thinking at the moment, and our discussions with the Crown Manager, who is leading that engagement with property owners, and progress is being made, I'd like to say as well. Are we there? No, we're not, but progress is being made. The other thing I'd like to say as well is that, and for those of us who know Lawrence, won't be surprised to hear this, he is constantly, as we are supporting him with looking at what other options are, and, you know, let's not pretend they are extremely limited and in fact, in some respects, almost non-existent, but there is always that consideration, well, what could we do differently? But coming back to your question, the price side, I mean, contractors will only hold their prices for a certain period of time. We'll all understand that. They are subject to cost escalation as much as anybody. And so I have no doubt that their costs will be held for a period of time. In the first phase of the ECI process, they will be all required to submit key cost components of the job. For example, what it would cost to build stock banks, what it would cost to do excavation, so that there is a comparison able to be done for the 25% weighting on price. And that will be part of the consideration when the preferred contractor is identified. But beyond that will be particularly that negotiation phase. It's proposed to be as open book as we're able to create it with the contractor, so that we can truly see what their costs are and feel confident about the build-up of that. And in the early price phase as well, there will be visibility around contractor margin.
But in essence, it'd be a conditional contract.
I couldn't imagine, we will certainly enter into the first phase contract.
But you wouldn't get into that second one.
Second phase contract, unless we have this land access nailed, we won't enter into it.
But you would have
Well,
done
not
everything.
not without your endorsement, if we were to do that, around the risk that we might be taking. And quite frankly, I just don't think we'll be back with you with that request.
Is that what these recommendations say? Upon successful completion of 3.2, is that what you mean?
It's more a budget reference as opposed to a land access reference. But if you wish to add the condition of land access being secured.
Yeah. Upon successful completion of 3.2 and subject to land access being secured, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
As long as that's not going to stall the process.
Yeah. Subject to land access. Is that okay with everyone? Let me change that. Yeah.
Very
Makes
happy that
sense.
that's included.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, councillor Harding, thank you. Last question.
Yep, kia ora, Chair. And through you, Andrew, I just wanted just a bit of financial context, if you can, around the risks. So our understanding as councillors has been so far that the financial risk lies with council in the event that we cannot complete these NIWI projects. We have progress claims. We don't know whether we might have to refund those progress claims, which we know are quite slow, so it's putting pressure on our funding to manage the gap. Can you give us a sense of the maximum risk here? I mean, we've just heard that, we're managing the risk ultimately of land access, but how much is at stake? And how does that compare also, to be fair, to the cost of procrastination, to the cost of not doing it this season or even not doing it at all?
Yeah. Look, the greatest financial risk to both the Crown and Council at the moment is the ongoing cost that has been incurred to continue to progress the project. And if you took a highly conservative approach to this, you would be doing nothing except engaging with landowners around land access. Were we to do that, there is no doubt about it that this project would not be completed until 2028 and possibly later. So we have made the call that we are running initiatives around the project delivery in parallel that all incur cost. And we're in for $4.5 million already. It is a monthly discussion at our program steering committee meetings with the Crown about the reality of that. I know and have heard just recently that the National Infrastructure Funding and Finance Board are concerned about it, as much as probably you are as a council as well. But equally, I believe that there is a good understanding with the people that we're dealing with on a regular basis within NIF about the importance of doing what we're doing. And certainly the approach that we're adopting is strongly supported by the Crown Manager for the reasons that I've outlined around delay. So look, there is a risk. There's a point in time where we're going to have to call it. Are we going to continue or aren't we? And NIF have asked for us to do a projected project spend scenario, and our preference, and I've talked to James about this, as we go to the end of this calendar year and we say, what do we believe will be the incurred cost by the end of that period? And then seeing what the appetite, particularly of the Crown, who are the 100% funder of this, to continue to incur that cost for that period. And as I said, the discussions we're having with them every month are very real. They are robust. We all have the same concern, and we're trying the best we can to work our way through that while maintaining momentum.
And I think just through you, Chair, just to add, the Crown, literally just this morning, we've been working with them on a revised interim progress funding claims. And so they're very, very aware of the cost that we are bearing. We've agreed to rejiggle some milestones so that we'll be able to get more funding in to account for the cost spent so far, and just spread that funding out to be more reflective of the cost that we're incurring.
Okay, thank you. That sounds like progress and awareness, which is probably as good a space as we can be in. Thank you.
Correct.
Just
Very
very briefly, in fact, there's a bigger cost with being too conservative, isn't there? Because if you lose a construction season, the price escalation that goes,
It's an absolute balancing act. You're quite right. You know, we delay, the contractor market starts to fire up. You know, the expressway's going to market very shortly. The Waikari Gorge, I think it's Waikari, isn't it? It is, you know, $400 million project of NZTA is on the drawing board and approved funding. You know, we will be competing in a hotter contractor market where exactly the point you're making is that what you think you might gain by taking a conservative approach to cost being incurred now, you could pay a price for because of the delay in actually getting on with it as much as we can.
Thank you. Sounds like a good move though, that we've been able to shift those milestones. Well done. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Rowley, would you like to move the recommendations with the added 3.2 and subject to land access?
Yes.
Can I please have a seconder? Councillor Williams, would you like to do that since that was your addition? Would you like to speak?
Yes,
Thank you.
and to offer my thanks to Andrew and the team that's working in Wairoa to progress this in a pragmatic way. And while we've spent the time here discussing around the financial risks, both for the Crown and for HBRC, actually the real risk is being held by our communities who continue to be at the risk of having another significant event and being flooded once again. And let's keep that front in mind so that we are progressing what needs to happen so that that community, my community, can continue to be safe and that business community can continue to thrive. So big thanks to you guys.
Councillor Rowley. Councillor Williams? No further speakers. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 16, an update of the NIWI. Can we take this as red team?
Yes.
And just any vital questions to Andrew? Councillor Cooter.
Very briefly, Madam Chair. Andrew, just going straight to the important part of the paper, item 17, the pump stations. Can you tell me the completion date? You've given contract, you let contracts there. When do you expect the project to be completed?
For the pump stations?
Yes.
If we can nail agreement down and we are progressing well with the repricing of that scope of work, given the decision that you made around pump stations, I think at the last meeting, and just a couple of final items to complete on the contractual tags that were identified by the preferred contractor, we should have an agreement within the next couple of weeks. We are still hopeful that that job will be completed by the end of 2026, probably creeping slightly into early 2027.
Great. And compatibility with the rest of Chris might be able to answer, the rest of the pump station network servicing and maintenance.
So there will be some common elements, so that, I guess, will all be worked through. So certainly electrical and SCADA gear will be common, and we're talking to Napier about that as well, because it's obviously the pumps are a lot larger than our existing pumps, so we'll need to work through around having a permanent spare and some issues like that. So that's all the detail we'll work through. But all of our existing pump stations were built in the 50s. And so building a brand new station to be compatible with those, we're certainly looking forward, and to ensure those key maintenance spares we have good access to. So that's the key thought, yeah.
Any further questions for the team?
Could I just offer a comment?
Would you like to move? And a seconder to receive the update. Councillor Williams, your turn. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you. Just to offer my thanks again for the work that's brought the IC under, and congratulations on getting that piece in line so we can move ahead with our consenting process. Well done. I know that was a huge piece of work, so yeah, well done. Appreciate it.
Tick. Councillor Williams. Any further speakers? Congratulations, team. Thank you. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you, James. Thank you, Andrew. Thanks, Chris. Right, team, we're back up the agenda. So we are on to decision item 7, agenda item 7, the carry forwards. Can I invite the team up, please? Thank you. Chris? Kia ora, Martin. Safe travels. Adam?
Yeah.
Will be missed. Kia ora, welcome. I think what would be the best use of time, Chris, is councillors actually wanted to go through the carry forward items, the operating and, the two tables that you have in the recommendation. So the operating expenditure, capital expenditure, and what we're really looking for each of those items is whether it's actually a carry forward or it's and where's that carry forward come from versus a new ask. Now, can you just confirm?
I can summarise that.
Yep, you can summarise all of that. Fantastic. I think that's where the concerns lay the most. Councillor Harding?
Yeah, kia ora, if I may, just a sort of a scene-setting question in terms of how we're travelling to budget for the year. So it'd be nice to just have
a bit of a context as well.
Just like where we are. So if I can just ask that question, that I think will be helpful. So at para 3, we talk about a general funds surplus of $4.3 million, and that's so the general context of this paper is that we've got a bit of a win, a bit of a surplus, and so we've got some flexibility. Well, that's how I take the paper. I just want to interrogate that a little bit because I don't understand what is meant by general fund surplus, and then when I look to the table at 10, which flicks over to the next page, and when you interrogate that and look at the funding, so the second part of that table looks at funding. So in general rates, targeted rates and fees and charges, we're pretty much within cooey. A couple of $100,000, we're $750,000 over on fees and charges. We're $400,000 behind on general rates, and we're slightly behind on targeted rates. From that, it appears that, and also, and if you go to the top line, we're $3.7 million over in expenses. So it appears from that the surplus is coming from loan and other funding. So can you just unpack that, please, so that we know what we're spending or being asked to spend? Thank you.
Okay. What I might just very quickly start with in terms of the carry forwards, obviously this is a paper to carry forward approved budgets that have been approved as part of an annual plan into a future year because the projects have been delayed and the funding hasn't been used in the current year. For your first question around, there are two items in here that were not approved budgets during the last annual plan. They are the payroll and the reimagining rivers items.
Yeah.
And they are looking to carry forward funds that have not been used in the 24-25 year in a similar area to, so effectively the reimagining rivers is in a similar area to where the funds have been collected. So it's utilising the funds that have been collected for the same purpose, for the purpose of the activity. And for the payroll side, it's utilising corporate overhead funds that haven't been spent, that have been carried forward to do the payroll remediation and looking at a new system. In terms of the general fund surplus, yes, you're correct. The general fund surplus has mainly been created through some of the interest that we've earned on funds that we have held during the year. And when we changed fund managers, we realised a number of gains on investment assets as they were sold and repurchased for a new, at the new fund manager. What it means is effectively there was more investment income offsetting the requirement for general rates paid by the general ratepayer, so we didn't need to use all of that money that the general ratepayer had used for the current year, and so there's some of that money that is available to carry forward into the next year. In terms of the overall position with the carry forwards, the majority of the carry forwards, 59 million of them are related to the NIWI program, which is funding that we are going to be borrowing or getting from the government. All of the other items that we have got there, they are mainly to do with where we have got external funding, such as the NIWI, that we have not used in the current year or have not yet received, and will receive that funding to offset the expenditure. or they are about loan funding where we have not drawn down the loan in the current year. It is approved to be funded by the loan funding and we will draw it down in the future year. Or where we have collected rates, usually targeted rates, and set them aside in a reserve to spend on those approved activities. We have not spent them on those activities. That money is sitting in the reserve waiting for it to be spent on those activities. The only ones that are, so the ones that don't fall into those categories is the ones that are funded by the general rate surplus, and they are the two main, the larger ones of those are the payroll and the Reimagining Flood Resilience, which has a portion of general rate funding to go alongside the targeted rate funding. And then there are two small contributions around coastal hazards and hazard mapping that would be coming from the general rate surplus.
There's no general rate surplus.
In utilising the final thing I'll just go through there, in utilise the general rate surplus as it stands at the moment at the 4.3 million, we have already approved, you have already approved 700,000 of that, which is from the special dividend from HBRIC to be carried forward for reimagining rivers for next year. The remaining 3.6 million, it is predicated on us drawing down the last 3.5 million of the rate smoothing loans that were set up in the 2021 LTP. If what we have in there is approved, what that would mean is that we wouldn't draw down that full $3.5 million because we would still have a remaining general rate surplus. We would only draw down 1.8 million of that loan fund, and that would give us slight benefit as we go into future annual plans for the repayment of those loans.
Thank you for that comprehensive explanation, Chris. Thank you.
Councillor Curtin.
Madam Chair, thank you. Chris, I think we need to be clear on the language. You're saying there's a general rate surplus. I'm not reading that there's a general rate surplus. I'm reading that there is a surplus, an identified surplus of funds which come from a multitude of sources. So can you clarify, is there actually a surplus under the general rate line, please?
Yeah, so the multitude of sources that we're talking about there, effectively all of those areas, the last thing that funds them is the general rate. And so once we go through doing our expenditure and income and expenditure, if the expenditure on an activity isn't fully spent and that is funded by targeted rates, we put in an expenditure to transfer that additional targeted rates that's been received to a reserve. That is reflected in the table on page 12.
Yeah.
So therefore, the final position of that 4.3 down the bottom.
Chris, you're really saying that you can't claim that there's a surplus in the general rate. So we rate on a rate line called general rate on the rate demand. Now, you can't say that that in fact is in deficit. So what you're talking about is general with a small g. They come from a multitude of other sources. I'm surprised that we're hearing from you that you're describing it as a general rate surplus.
It is this table is predicated around the general rate, the general funding position. This is having adjusted for all external funding that we've brought in, all targeted rate funding, and that being any surplus targeted rate funding that's been received being put aside into a reserve. What we are left with in this table is everything around the general rate. So everything that we say that we're going to fund by general rates, we have underspent on those areas, or we have received more income, which is one of the major contributions in there. We've received more income, so therefore we didn't actually need, if we had have known that we were going to receive that much more income, our general rate wouldn't have been as high the previous year. But these have been windfall gains over an average that we would have actually put into the budget. So what we're saying is we've actually received in some areas some additional income, which usually offsets the general rate, and so that gives us a surplus general rate position or general funding position for the year.
I'm not convinced you can describe it that
I
way.
think that's clarified it.
Yeah, can I just
Councillor
perhaps to help Councillor Curtin, two things. One is that it invites confusion by talking on the one hand about the general rate, capital R, capital G, capital R, and then small c, general funds. But para 14 of the paper actually breaks down where that general fund surplus comes from. So it is there.
It is there.
Yep.
Okay. Pip, did you want to add any more?
No, I was just going to reiterate that it is there around being a general fund surplus made up of a number of different components.
Okay, thank you.
As paragraph 14, I think breaks it down a bit further.
Okay, thank you, Pip. Councillor Sears?
Although, Madam Chair, you could in a similar way simply say that 1.8 million of investment income was in surplus, even though it would be applied to the general rate. It's another way of perceiving it. There's $1.8 million spare that wasn't needed for investment coming of the investment income. So we end up in the same place because we allocated it to general rates.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think the point, though, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, is that when you assign a borrowing as a general rate, if you've got a true surplus, that is, the general rate has got a margin in it that could be available for certain purposes, that's different than borrowing that. And what I'm seeing is that inclusive in the general fund is a borrowing component. It changes the nature of the discussion when you have to borrow money to apply for these purposes. It has a longer term consequence than having in your bank account, $100 versus borrowing $100.
Can we just clarify from paragraph 14, there is no borrowing involved?
There's no the borrowing that is involved around the general funds is the rate smoothing loans were agreed to in the 2021 LTP. And so that was loans. So for last year, we were borrowing $3.5 million instead of charging our ratepayers that $3.5 million as a general rate.
To borrow it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we borrowed it instead of charging.
I know what you're saying, but you borrowed it.
Sorry, I missed Councillor Sears. You finished your question? Thank you. Councillor Foley.
Thanks, Chair. The IRG gravel extraction, is that the last kind of tranche of the 2021 LTP that we started? So we were obviously successful in getting the extension of that, the government contribution, and it's a big chunk still to go. It's feels like we've done so much already in this.
So some of that has been applied to the Niwi cost as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hokianga, online. Kia ora. Oh, unmute.
Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Chair. And through you, I'm just picking up on the regional parks around the Hawke Historical Park.
Mm-hmm.
So that's I'm understanding that that's loan funded.
Yes.
And so some of those commitments in that carry forward add-ons. How I'm just trying to gain an understanding of how high on the priority list that is. It's something that I want to support, but I just don't know enough about it. And with the Māori committee coming up next week, I'm wondering if more information and information paper of some sort can be provided to the Māori committee in and around that.
I think it's
just recognising the four hapu that it's in partnership with.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. And Te Wairama's nodding. Yep. Would you like to? You're just saying yes. Yes. Yep, that will be added in. Thank you. Ka pai. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Councillor
Thank you, Chair. Maybe a question for the CE or Katrina. I note that in 14.1, we've got 400,000 higher than expected or budgeted penalty income. What's driving such a big jump in penalty income?
I'll let Katrina answer, but generally in my experience, predicting what money is going to come in from penalties is almost impossible. And so...
Through you, Chair. That penalty income is relating to rates penalties that are issued out to people. Yeah, and so we budget at a certain level. We don't budget for a lot of penalties to be collected into there, but our penalties are usually a little bit higher.
Not pollution penalties, rate penalties.
Yeah, so it's rate penalties. One thing I would note that for that year, the number of penalties that we issued was slightly lower than the previous year, even though the amount was slightly more, but it was just more because we'd increased rates a little bit, so.
Okay.
But the number of, I see, yeah, thank you, that was what I was after.
Councillor Sears.
Kia ora, thank you, through you, Chair. Reimagining flood resilience, not sure if you'll be able to answer or we'll need Chris, but would be quite good, I think, just to clarify again these 700,000 that was approved for the Reimagining Flood Resilience Program, including the communications and community engagement. Then there was the scheme review work that Tonkin and Taylor did that will inform some of that, and then there's further scheme work to come. So can you just break all those down so we understand if you're asking for 500 on top of
so
or
happy
included with it?
happy to do that. So I think that 700K was for 4 or 5 priority projects, which included reimagining. So it was around the engagement and communication support for the team and project manager, etc. And it also funded the trigger work, the business case, looking into the hazard portal and a raft of projects. So there's, I think, about 5 projects that 700K linked to, albeit the lion's share was the reimagining comms and engagement project management support. So what we know in that process, so we've done, in terms of our draft scheme reviews, so they have been done with Tonkin and Taylor, so we've spent roughly $1 million coming up with all the opportunities, building all the scheme models, running up, a whole lot of work there. So that's given us the launching pad for reimagining those schemes, so a base level of information. We were originally anticipating that we would need to do some more technical work, and that would be because we've got the steering groups and focus groups in that reimagining that might want to look at some other options. So we need to be able to look at whether those options work and be able to report back. So we need to exercise some care around that, so we're getting value for money, but certainly we wanted an inclusive process where people could present some ideas. If those ideas sort of went through a filter to demonstrate they had merit, we would look at them in more detail, and then they could become perhaps part of the solution suite. So it's important we have that funding there. We thought we would have it because we had about $4 million set aside for all of the scheme reviews. And so that was $3 million of NIWI plus another $1 million. And effectively that has all been taken up. So that's why we've come back saying initially we thought we could fund it. It's now clear we can't fund it, and we would like some additional funding because we think it's really important for that reimagining process that we can take ideas from the participating group and reflect back. Now, we may not need all of that, and there's processes in place to make sure we spend it wisely, but we think it's really important that we can do that work and reflect back to those community groups and focus groups about their ideas.
Can I? So I understand there's the 4 million that's been spent, 1 million of ours that was co-funded on the 27 scheme reviews. That's done, and some of that work's going to inform the reimagining. Then we had the 700,000, which is already allocated towards the communication engagement strategy, plus those 5 other projects. And this next 500 is a banking for when these community groups come back and say, could we widen here, or could this be viable? Tonkin and Taylor will be asked to do discrete pieces of work, so you don't really have a budget for that.
That's correct.
And of course, this 500K could also possibly invest into the Lincoln Agritech project, which could well sit alongside that, maybe. So those all go together. Okay. thank you, I understand that. The only thing is, Chair, I don't really think it fits in carryovers. It probably needs just to sit within its own paper as a backup. I understand it's in reserves, I understand that it's aligned to, but it's not a carryover. And it's not a very tidy way to deal with it, in my view. I don't actually have a problem with it, and I understand that reserve is in credit, but I think there's a better way to do this to be a bit more transparent about it.
Okay, thank you for that piece. Are there any other issues around councillors feeling that the activities that are noted in here for carry forward shouldn't be in there and should have its own paper? Because I think that we're getting to the nub of what we're comfortable in approving carry forwards and those things that aren't, and also seeking advice from the staff on whether we can find another mechanism for that. Councillor Harding.
Kia ora, Chair. Look, I have a question. Like my colleague, Councillor Hawke, to understand the Hawi Historic Park proposal. Para 75 talks about underspent funds, 407,000 and commitments. So it talks about delivering on existing commitments, which I don't have any clarity over. Commitments include walking and cycling paths, design and installation of core 10 steel sculptures, 4 posts, storyboards, and an information centre. That's particularly the information centre, that sounds like quite a lot. So I'm wondering whether that, and it might just be a bit of a shelter with a few interpretation boards, is that the price of everything, or is that a contribution towards it? Because the headline there is we're delivering on existing commitments. So what is that commitment?
So I could probably start with that. So that, I guess the reason is that project has been brought forward for several years. So if you recall, in the last 3-year plan, we stripped out all investment into our regional park infrastructure except for existing commitments, and this was an existing commitment with the four hapu. It's just been moving forward quite slowly. Obviously, we had a lot of priorities post Gabriel, and then generally it's moved forward quite slowly, and that's the key reason for the carry forward. In terms of the total amount, I'd have to get back to you. We've already spent some funds, and I'm not sure if John knows in terms of contributions from hapu or others, or if we are I think we are the main or the only provider of funds into this project at the moment, but the view is that might widen out to other sources in the future.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct, and we have contracts committed for that fund in line with the plan that was originally produced.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Curtin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The area that I have similar difficulties is really in the area of new activities or additional activities that have been introduced in a carry forward paper. I just think it's not good practice, and I would like to see both payroll and the area you talked about, Chris, come back as separate items and be dealt with as an adjustment to the current annual plan and budget. The other aspect of that, Madam Chair, is that I think it's a slippery slope unless we're in the use of carry forwards by going down this road. I think we should draw a line in the sand in it. And I think across all of those items, there's another element that's important, that of if the actual reason for the carry forward, if we need to know what the budget was, what the current expenditure is, and what the proposal is to carry forward into the subsequent year. And if the reason for carrying it forward is a capacity issue, I think you need to staff give us an assurance that you can deliver it again this year. So there needs to be a good, robust rationale to carry it forward and clear explanation as to what it's doing. Otherwise, we dump it into the consolidated fund and we start again. That to me is a much more robust process than trying to lump everything in here without proper explanation.
Okay, councillors, question? Councillor Harding?
Yeah, look, then just a question either for Chris or the CE, just about the practicality of that suggestion that we could separate out the reimagining flood resilience and the payroll issues and still bring them in
Yeah.
to this annual plan.
Mm-hmm.
Is that practically workable or not?
Is that workable, Chris?
So technically, if we had brought two papers here, we would have the second paper as saying there are two new activities, one being payroll and one being the flood resilient reimagining rivers, that we would be asking for loan funding to pay for both of those on the basis that we had not borrowed the rate smoothing loan that we had set aside in the 2021 LTP. The repayment of that loan is already built into future years and everything, so the repayments and interest for that loan is already in our future budgets. So it is effectively spare loan funding that could be utilised to redirect to doing a payroll remediation and project to ensure we have a compliant system, and to supplement the targeted rate reserve, which has funds sitting in it that have been previously collected, to give another 150 for the 30% share to be able to do the reimagining rivers. So that's what the second paper would be effectively saying, that we would loan fund 150 and the 1 point.
Right. And there's no particular impediment to do it. I just wonder, I mean, if Chief Executive has a particular view on this, I mean, because there's seems to be this fundamental question about new activities that bring, I mean, this is the point that other councillors have raised. I'm just wondering if there's a council view about whether, about as a matter of practice, doing what's being proposed as opposed to separating them out and coming back with a different paper. Because if we can avoid that in the interest of efficiency and just have a few more questions asked, then maybe that's the best outcome. But I just want to understand the arguments that have been put forward today.
Well, I actually think that what's been requested is a paper to understand better the two activities that we don't consider carry forward.
Yep.
And that requires more information. And so the question really is there a time constraint for us to do that in, say, the next council meeting to approve that as new activities?
Just looking slightly to my left to see if there's any further. I mean, I think if we came back to a paper, you could say you approve the suite of carry forwards minus those. A future paper would probably say you could consider the issue of making an allowance for payroll remediation and the flood work, and you've got two options. You could either deal with it via the surplus from the previous year, or the surplus from that previous year goes into your general fund, and then you borrow against that general fund, so you achieve the same thing. But if you prefer that way of working, I don't see an impediment to doing that. But I don't know if Chris or Pip, you've got any further advice on.
I've got some advice on time sensitivity. We're having our first steering group meeting on the reimagining on Monday. We would obviously want to send signals to Tonkin and Taylor or not about the potential. It's a sizable piece of work. And time is of the essence in that particular project because we want to have the thing completed by March of next year. So, in the event that it was put out to next month or maybe delayed to the next month after, that would put the project in a position where we'd be behind in those discussions.
Chair.
And it is simply releasing money from an operational reserve for which we've already collected money, and there's an approval process to take that money out.
Can't we just approve this now and request reporting in future that reflects what the councillors are asking for?
That's another option, it is. Yes.
I think that, thank you, through you, Chair, I think Councillor Harding's question to the Chief Executive was, in terms of process, is it appropriate for there to be a separate paper for work that is not a carry forward? And if that's the case, we need to do that. There's a corporate and strategic in 2 weeks. 10th. So I don't see that there's a massive a time pressure today. Actually, the process really matters. Carry forwards are for something. So the question is, I think, Dr. Nick, do you believe that a separate paper is appropriate in the case of a new activity not budgeted for, or are you comfortable that we are using the carryover process to approve new activity?
And look, I don't have an easy answer to that, frankly. I need to go and have a think about that. there are not new activities in terms of the new activities as defined in the LGA. So we're not going out to consult on a new activity.
Sure.
But look, I don't have the answer to that straight away. I think there is real value in making a provision for whatever we have to do around payroll without having to go and separately borrow that money. But look, I'm open to bringing you a separate paper on those things. But obviously there's a time issue there.
I'm perfectly comfortable bringing a paper about payroll. I have the information at hand that can be brought. I think just with regards to payroll, we have to do this. We have a legal obligation to continue the work. So I'm very keen to ensure that we get the allocation approved so that we can proceed.
Thank you. Councillor Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just wanted to point out that whilst we do have corporate and strategic in 2 weeks' time, they can only make recommendations back to council.
We could, by consent, approve it at committee, but by consent of full council.
I'll have to look at the terms of reference. I'll do that now.
Okay, well, I'm taking from the Chief Executive and the Exec that they're comfortable to bring 2 papers to us in CNS on these 2 items. And the reasons being for good process in terms of what we think right now is appropriate carry forwards to approve versus that question around whether they should actually be involved in this process. Okay? Is that clear, or do we have other ideas? No?
I think you can adopt either option, Chair. So there's not a strong view from us. There's an efficiency one versus a process one.
I think I hear from most of the councillors a process one. Okay? So if we turn to the recommendations, if we're finished with questions, the recommendations are 1, 2 and 3, but removing reimagining flood resilience and payroll to be brought as a separate item to corporate and strategic meeting. Okay. So could I please have a mover for those?
Councillor Harding.
Councillor Harding, thank you. And a seconder? Councillor Sears, would you like to speak?
Yeah, look, just briefly for the record, just so that people know process, under corporate and strategic, it can, provided there is, the decision deserves urgency and the decision is unanimously carried by voting members, it can make a decision. So,
thank you. Perfect. Councillor Sears, any further speakers? There are none. All those agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. Thanks, team. Okay, we move on, team, to funding the remaining site plan Gabrielle work.
Okay, so I'll make a few opening remarks and then hand it over to our financial wizards here to talk through the financial story, because you need to follow it quite closely to understand what's already been approved, what's already been carried forward, etc., etc. But effectively, probably late last year, earlier this year, when we were getting signals around the effective recoveries we were getting through insurance, we paused some of our recovery work to understand what our position would be. And so we've been able to firm up some of that thinking. It's not surprising some of our recoveries from insurance will be a lot lower than we initially anticipated, but we're continuing to work through that. And there's some numbers in here that really describe our forecast under recovery through insurance. It's really important that we re-engage on those particular projects. There's a list here in terms of the infrastructure, and we've also got the coroner's inquiry costs in there as well, you will note. So we have a raft of dam repairs. Some of those are linked to dam safety legislation. We have continued work on drains, which is quite extensive, around slumping and still some mobilised silt in some areas. Edge protection, which are the trees and live edge on our main rivers. Some forestry assets and a number of minor, so we have a large number of minor stock bank defects. So we've obviously got all the really big stuff. We've highlighted there sort of a high-level work program, so we think there's about 2 years' work to complete. And we've also got a bit of a risk assessment. Some people might be thinking, how about we just don't do our low-risk stuff? There's about $1.2 million worth of work in the low-risk area, so most of the work sits in that mid to upper risk area. So what we're asking for is the release of additional, was that 14? Pardon?
Do you want me to cover that bit?
Yeah, so we'll go through the numbers, but that's certainly the background. Here it is, 14.2 million, and we expect the funding gap after insurance to be about 8.5 million. Megan will go through everything in detail from the beginning in terms of following the money.
Cool. So as of the end of last financial year, we've spent $67.8 million on cyclone response and recovery. This investment has enabled significant progress, but 14.2 million of work remains outstanding. Of this, 12.9 million is infrastructure repairs and 1.3 is the coroner's inquiry. Our current financial modelling indicates that of the 14.2 million of future costs, 5.6 may be recoverable through NEMA and insurance. However, it's important to note that the claimable cost assumptions are constantly evolving, and we are yet to have any claims approved under our insurance infrastructure policy. Of the 67.8 million in costs already incurred to date, we are expecting an additional 12.4 million of income to come in from NEMA and insurance over the next year. This brings the total forecasted cyclone cost to 82 million, with $52 million of income. So the funding gap here is approximately $30 million. Of this $30 million, 14.2 million has already been funded through reserves or rates, and the remaining 15.8 will be internally loan funded. Our current 3-year plan has $1.3 million annually for interest and repayments. However, because the plan is only 3 years, the long-term impact of this internal loan has not yet been addressed by Council, and Council will have the opportunity to do that in the next LTP cycle. In the 23-24 annual plan, Council approved $92.5 million for cyclone-related infrastructure repairs. The funding assumptions for this was 100% recoverable from NEMA and insurance. However, as we've progressed the insurance claim project, those assumptions are no longer valid. So therefore, this paper is asking to fund the remaining 14.2 million through an internal loan, while we continue to work through the insurance claim process. It's a lot of numbers. Okay. Questions?
Sure, thank you. And thanks for that explanation. I've been writing numbers down and it's starting to make more sense. So how much of the 14.2 extra internal loan is ratifying existing internal loans versus this is new? So we're at a decision point where we could theoretically say it's activity we simply won't do, or is this some, because the general process has been using internal loans as a funding, within the financial year, and then we get to the end of the financial year and decide how to restructure it.
Theoretically, at the moment, we have borrowed most of that money because we are still waiting for 12 million of funds to come back from insurance. So that's for stuff we've already spent, that we've had to borrow the money to cover that off. We'll expect to get that back in the future. So the 14.2 will probably be funded by that 12 million when that comes in. So we will only need to borrow another 2.2 million on top of, what actually the 14.2 we'll then get some insurance and everything coming back as well. It is a really difficult one where we have loan funded pretty much everything that we have spent, and then as we get insurance or NEMA funds coming in, being able to repay some of those loans because we've taken them out on short terms so that we have the ability to repay them as we get funds back in.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, it feels a little bit like deja vu and no fault of ours, but this whole NEMA insurance repayment, you know, what certainty do we have on the when and if all of it is going to come back to us?
Well, it's probably start out, we know we don't have certainty on getting all the funds through NEMA.
Yeah.
There's certain examples that we can explain quite clearly. For example, in edge protection, our commercial insurance through Aon, we specify an equivalency clause, so we can have live edge protection or an engineered equivalent, so we can put in rope and rail. The NEMA, which covers 60%, won't allow betterment, and they consider rope and rail better than a vegetated edge. And so that's an example where we can claim from our commercial insurer, the 40%. We were of the view, when we took out insurance, that NEMA covered the other 60%, and we're finding as we work through the detail that they won't cover. The other one is natural land, is an example where we had a stop bank failure. There's a huge sort of scour hole, which is actually the biggest piece of the repair. So that's repair of natural land, and then we repaired the stop bank. So NEMA won't cover the repair of natural land, and Aon won't either because it's not specifically mentioned in the insurance policy. Although we need a good engineered base and we test our soil, it is still classified as natural ground. So there's a couple of examples, and the nature is that NEMA do not publish a NEMA insurance booklet, or of what's covered. It's almost a event-specific process. We put in claims, then they respond, and trying to get ahead of time specifically what is covered and what is not. NEMA also won't cover the cost of removing debris to do the work, whereas in the commercial insurance, that is covered through business interruption. So on top of that, any claim has to be divided into business interruption, commercial insurance and government insurance. So there's huge complexity in putting all those claims together.
And we still don't have clarity on exactly what we're going to get back or when? No.
No.
Okay. Still working through that as we go. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Sears.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I think we had this, and I remember Susie coming time after time, or it might be 30 million, or we're looking good, it might be 10. I mean, this was the nature of a disaster. And I think point 17, that we need to increase our disaster damage reserves is part of that answer. We have to consider the self-insurance option that we talked about at that time. So I think the interesting part of this question is we're looking at resilience for the Bay in terms of flooding, but our financial resilience in disaster is just as important. So probably making sure that that LTP discussion is really broad in reserves, self-insurance, group insurance with other councils or whatever that needs to be, because that's probably where our best bang for making sure we don't end up here again is I don't see any big change probably coming through NEMA, and we all know the insurance problems. So when you talk about the disaster damage reserves, Chris, you're really referring to a whole conversation on resilience, I suspect.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, all of those pieces.
Yeah. And we're already starting those conversations with insurers. We're getting different ideas about all sorts of different types of insurance that you can take out that would actually be a lot better for us knowing what we know now, stuff like that. So that will be a big part of the conversation leading up into the next LTP.
Excellent, thank you.
Any further questions? There are none. Could I have a mover of the recommendations then?
Happy to move.
Councillor Harding and a seconder. Councillor Van Beek. Would you like to speak, Councillor Harding?
Thank you.
Councillor Van Beek. No further speakers. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you. Thanks, team. Keep up the good fight with NEMA and insurance.
Yeah. 14.2 would be good.
Okay, we move on to the action plan for water security. And thank you, Zan, for stepping aside.
I will be stepping out and going. Sorry, I need to.
You're leaving early?
Yeah, I'm leaving early. Thank you.
Still have quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes,
Still
we do.
okay. I can always beam in.
Oh, we've got
afterwards.
9.
No,
It's okay.
okay.
Oh. Thank you, Zen. Kia ora, Richard.
Kia ora.
Long-awaited action plan. Well, there's a lot of action plans today, actually. Welcome, and thank you for your report. Thank you for the paper. Thank you for the work that you've been losing sleep over.
Never.
Yep, you're on your own.
Yes.
Yeah. You're the man leading the way. All right. Did you have a presentation to give, Richard, or would you like us to take as read?
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Richard Wakelin. Thank you, Chair. I do have just a few slides that I thought could add another layer of detail to the paper.
Great. Fantastic.
Just to whip through those with your permission.
Perfect.
It's not coming up anymore.
Oh, I've got it there.
Bedtime.
Oh,
You're
sorry,
hanging in there?
This will get us excited.
Nearly
won't it,
there. We're
Richard?
nearly there.
This will get the lights turned back on.
Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity, and just to the purpose of the presentation is to add to the context provided in the papers. And there was 3 things that I just wanted to add a little bit more information to. One was around funding. One was around water use efficiency and education in terms of some of the additional details there. And the third one was the project management support for water security. Context is obviously how we see our regional water security action plan. The key questions, as I've said, is around funding, allocation of funding to support the proposed actions, some detail on water use efficiency and education, potentially, particularly the priority and focus areas, and then a little bit of background on the project management around advice and advocacy. In terms of the action plan, just putting it into a summary, number 1, following our workshop last Monday, was to engage with Lincoln Agritech to progress the proposed research model. This would be a combination of Lincoln Agritech, water users, HBRC and MPI. Second element was around governance to initiate conversations with TLAs to support water savings and efficiency actions at the municipal level. And then also for us to initiate conversations with industry to support water saving and efficiency actions at the industry level. And the fourth is around land use interventions, where we're looking to explore additional options, particularly the opportunities that are available with the likes of the Future Farm Trust, who've done quite a bit of work in the Hawke space, particularly working with industry in terms of how we can explore some of those options in the pastoral sector. And the fifth key area is how we continue our water security operational activities, examples being the Central Hawke's Bay Aquifer Recharge, nature-based solutions, Heritonga water storage, regulatory, education and advisory, and our science. In terms of funding, so there is $1 million allocated to demand management as part of the LTP. This funding is loan-funded operating expenditure. There is the ability to repurpose this funding towards water security priorities, and refunding for, or repayments for this funding would be the same mechanism as used for the Heritonga water storage and Central Hawke's Bay managed aquifer recharge. So it's using that funding process. In terms of our water use efficiency and education, so in the paper, I presented this as two separate parts. So there was our water information services and our water advisor. So in terms of our water information services, they monitor nearly 1,900 consents with conditions relating to water takes. They track 84 portable pumps across the region, and they also assist the consenting team on some of the more highly complex consents. So for an example, the Twyford global consent has 78 different sites with 37 different contacts. And it's a combination of fixed and portable setups. So there's quite a bit of work that actually goes on behind that. Additionally, the two team members there respond to information requests, queries, and particularly from consent holders, consultants, the public, and people working with those providers. In terms of our water advisor, so the primary function is to engage with horticultural and irrigation industry, and this is very much focused around that water efficiency and efficient use. So that role has coordinated and supported the Ngātaroa Irrigation Society meetings and annual general meeting. The role has been presenting particularly at the Catchment Forum and other catchment group meetings with a focus on water efficiency advice, maintaining relationships with the water user groups. So there's a water user group down in Central Hawke's Bay, and obviously the local groups as well. Irrigation service providers, so making sure that those the commercial companies are understanding and are aligned to some of the efficiency measures that are used, attending meetings, follow-up inquiries, and making sure that the technical information that we have available is shared with those groups. Worked closely with Irrigation New Zealand, so we held a series of meetings here in Hawke's Bay last spring, thinking at the way that the weather was looking at that stage, that there was going to be a need for a focus on water efficiency and that the irrigators would be going full noise. And so we joined up with Irrigation New Zealand to run a series of workshops and very much worked with the team, with the Water Information Services and the wider data team in developing some methodology to provide standardised format of water use data. I mentioned in the papers that part of the complexity of these sorts of roles, 2 out of the 4 years, in many cases, irrigators haven't had to switch the irrigators on. I won't say not at all, but the level of irrigation use has been lower, and that's just the nature of the season. So whilst we have capacity and we build ourselves up to run these engagement opportunities, the reality is it depends on what the season throws at you, because no one wants to talk about irrigation efficiency if it's raining outside. So, yeah.
Chair,
yes,
can I ask a question just on that one?
Oh.
Yeah. Obviously the season determines the total take, but there is a way of measuring that you were delivering, a litre per day per tree, for example. I don't know, I'm making those figures up. Is there any tracking of this type of input into an actual reduction per tree or per plant to actually see that any of the information or education is changing the delivery mechanism which could be measured?
I think it's safest for me to say no, on the basis that I don't know the exact answer to that question in terms of how our water, because that would be managed through the Water Information Services, not through the Water Advisory. So the WIS team, so the team doing the monitoring the consents and conditions relating to water takes. So I'm not sure I'd be able to connect that in this conversation, but I could find that out for you.
Sure, it's not quite the takes. If say an orchardist is using a and then goes to a direct drip delivery, if the water advisor isn't able to report back with a measurable on, 80 of my clients have moved to more efficient water users, etc., then it's really difficult for us to see how effective the service has been. So I'm interested in seeing how we could understand a measurable on that.
Okay, and
I know we don't know the answer yet, but I'm just putting that there.
The answer actually can be found, I would say, because the industry keeps very tight control over the amount of hectare, age of trees, type of trees, and we on our side, we know how much water we have used. And if you go Ag First will maintain that over the years as our production has increased, our actual water actually has decreased on a per hectare basis. It can be found, it's not there yet.
Okay.
So it will be really good to have that at some stage, but I don't want to create more work.
And in terms of project management, so a key message that I heard from our workshop was that there was a desire to appoint or for us to look at how we would project manage water security actions. We would support existing water security actions, and that we could also look at how we might develop future projects to support improved resilience into the future. So, example being how do we craft that information that would deliver on the question there, and also the action plan envisages that there would be regular reporting to council in terms of what did we set out to do, what have we achieved, and have we delivered against our action plan. So that's I do have. That's a little bit much detail to read. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for producing what you have for us in such a quick time. Thank you. Questions? Councillor Curtin.
Yeah, just Richard, just looking at that table that you've just put up, and under municipal water security, there are 3 expected outcomes there. I'm looking for recycled water. Is that anticipated
And then the other
anywhere?
box? Is it down the end on the other box?
Where's recycling in there?
The other
the
end.
expected outcomes.
So,
oh, sorry.
So it was anticipated that those would be addressed over time.
What does that mean?
So that means that the initial action is that the conversations would be initiated with the municipal providers, and that there would be a raft of priorities that would be provided through that without getting specific in this action plan as to what that might be.
Okay. Have you got any thoughts as to, have you started to work on budget and costs for each of those areas yet? Where does that look?
So the budget that's included in the paper considers the initial priority. Number 1 priority was to activate the conversations with Lincoln Agritech, and that the budget envisages the contribution to Lincoln Agritech project.
Sure. What I had in mind was another column in that table. It's busy enough now, so we'll make it even busier. But to start to think about what the dollars might look like for those projects. Some will know something about already. Others, we can have a look at.
So the way I'd interpreted that process, that would come back from those conversations with the municipal providers as to what...
Not particularly municipal, right across the suite of activities. In other words, scoping the whole thing up. Here's the likely money, even preliminary discussions, if you like, that priority discussion. How much is that going to cost? So what does the whole suite look like?
I would expect to see that in a more comprehensive strategic plan as opposed to a short form action plan.
Maybe that's the first job.
But you've got some costs coming.
I haven't started that, but we can do if that's a request of this table.
The Macintosh.
Chair, it's a comment more than anything else. I think it's an extraordinarily positive thing that we've got the commercial users coming to us saying we want to partner with you on some of this stuff, and in particular with our key priority, well, the first priority, which is the Lincoln Agritech stuff, and in particular putting their money where their mouth is in respect to that. So it's looking like there's going to be a three-way thing between us, them and MFE. And so that is a really good situation. It's the sort of thing we want to foster because it's exactly, goes back to that fit to the future that we were talking about before. We're going to, in order to do what we need to do, that sort of thing has got to happen more.
Yep, I totally agree. Councillor Foley.
Worship. Well, while I'm at it.
Thanks, Chair. Look, there's multiple conversations going on there, but just trying to tie it all together. In point 4 of the report, additionally, there are existing operational programs and projects that contribute to water security, and you just talked about a strategic plan there, Richard, and also it could involve the reporting from the project manager as well, but thinking about how we need to focus on not just what we have control over, but there's going to be other things happening, such as the TAs with their, water infrastructure, and probably most significant, the Tukituk Water Security Project. And I think it's really important to have it as part of this picture because it's, it is progressing at the moment, and while it is, it potentially impacts on what we may or may not do ourselves in our own interventions. So I just think, let's just try and get more of a global picture, and particularly the TWS project should be in there on a list of what's happening in the region.
Yeah, sure.
And I think that's a really good point because I guess to some degree it connects with Councillor Curtin's question that has been raised. And just if I can be so bold to suggest that this is actually this third water security options action kind of paper that we've received in recent months. And the primary focus of this action plan is to focus on those actions that HBRC may directly influence. So that was the trajectory of it, and that without doubt the potential impact that Tuki and other projects will have is something that would build on this as we start to develop that. And as we develop the project management function and set up a regular reporting, that will actually build on that because there will be other initiatives that we have not yet considered that will actually come into this, particularly an expanded focus on what industrial efficiency might look like, what municipal efficiency, and who might be contributing to that.
You finished, Your Worship? Okay. Like with Neil, having a column of actually a costing of each, I think it will be really good also, as listening to the conversation just now, to actually put another column in and actually have a who. So that it actually is not just all HBRC that actually shining light coming in, but it actually is others, as for instance the water users and industrial and TAs that will actually be included in this. So that the optics are right there from the start.
Councillor Sears.
So I'm happy to move the paper if we get close to, Yediv's going to second it. What I'd like to ask is what is required in terms of budget decision. I haven't got the paper open.
It was page 49. There's nothing in the recommendations.
Yeah, so I just wondered through either Richard or through you, Chief Executive, if at this point we need to.
So my understanding through you, Chair, and Richard can add to this, is that if Council wishes to utilise that $1 million that sits in the LTP, you've already taken the decision to have it in your LTP, and this is simply describing how it would be utilised as priority, which would be a bit of program management and Lincoln Agritech. If you feel more comfortable in not assigning a budget, you could do that, or if you preferred to have a specific recommendation to add to that, you could. But you've essentially made that initial provision if you wish to utilise that.
I guess it'd be,
That was the way I'd actually interpreted the paper, is that the budget was already there.
Okay.
yeah. I guess, do we want to give some direction to maybe the next steps though, in terms of that budget?
No, I think the action plan's quite clear.
Action- it's
You're
an
going to go out
action
for
plan. Okay.
peer review, etc.
We're happy with it.
And develop a brief for the project manager. That's how I read that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do have one question actually. In terms of the essential action timeline, which is the second page, yes, it talks to the Lincoln Agritech proposal, then in October funding and investment option, and then October to December a peer review project. Tell me about that peer review project. What's its purpose?
So,
Yeah.
so the purpose is to ensure that what we're actually investing in is going to deliver on what we thought we were going to get. So in the paper, the proposal that we've had from Lincoln Agritech is a series of PowerPoint slide decks, which talks to the concept, and so it describes the outputs that we're likely to see in a PowerPoint presentation. And in terms of the process, what we'll need to do is we'll need to get a project proposal from Lincoln Agritech, which would then go to MPI into the SFDF funder now. It's the new SFFF fund. And from an HBRC perspective, it'd be good practice for us to ensure that what we're proposing to achieve in the project fund actually matches what our expectations are, so that it will actually align with it.
And that will be a peer review that we pay for?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. Very good. Councillor says you're happy to move the paper and the recommendations?
I'm happy to move it and to say thank you. And it's so lovely to see this table starting to fill out and points and times and dates that it feels like it's been a long time coming. And I love the way you've put it together. It's a really comprehensive. Of course, there's going to be pieces that sit a little bit alongside, outside, and dedicating a staff person to it to start to move this makes it feel like we'll be. I think it's been a slow train. It's going to become one of those Japanese trains. So I also want to pick up on the bullet train. Pick up on Councillor McIntosh's point that when industry really drives something and walk alongside us, I think for a regional council, you couldn't really ask for more than that. So everything about this feels really aligned. And yeah, Richard, it's lovely to have you in the role and to see you pick this up in the way we wanted it done. I'm really, really grateful for that. Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh, are you happy to second?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay. Any further speakers?
Yes, please.
Councillor Rodley.
Thank you, Richard, for progressing this. It does give a clear signal to our community that there is a suite, there is a raft of projects that are important to us, that we have been really mindful in how those are prioritised. Some are much further down the way. It doesn't mean that there are other things that are not also important to us. And so great to see that outlined in the action plan, and I'm very, very happy to endorse the recommendation for approving this plan.
Okay, recommendations on the table. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. Thank you, Richard, well done. Hey, and it's going to be great to say in the September meeting with the Heritaunga Water Sustainable team that yes, this is our number one priority. Fantastic. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you.
Look at what you
All right, team, we're nearly there. Right. We have delegations for staff under the Fast Track Approvals Act. No, we're missing that. We're delaying that one to the next council meeting. Yep. Leave it live. Poppers over there.
Thank you, Chair.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
How are we, team?
Good, thanks.
Good.
Thank you.
Tell us all about the Fast Track Act.
Yes, I will. Well,
No, I'm kidding.
How long have you got?
4:35.
I'll make it very quick. I'll just introduce Brandon Bailey. He's a senior planner in the consents team, and he's been working on the one application that has been lodged so far from the 6 listed fast track projects. But simply the paper, the recommendation is that there's delegations that come to staff so that we can respond to the EPA and to the expert panel as they move through applications under the Fast Track Act. The key point is that the council doesn't have a decision-making role. It's simply we give comment, feedback. We can recommend an expert panel member. But yeah, the idea is to have those delegations in place because the timeframes are pretty short, and we don't think it's practical to come back to the council each time that we want to do one of those things, or to the CEO. So that's the recommendation. There's a schedule, an appendix to the paper, the normal approach. We're trying to delegate as low as sort of competently and efficiently as we can.
Mm-hmm.
There's some things that still sit with the CEO, like taking an appeal, which is obviously a significant decision.
Okay. Questions? Councillor
Very quick
Cruden.
question. The decision-making about when to make a submission, we've had some consents that we have or haven't submitted on. What's the decision-making process around whether to or not? And I'm assuming the big ones like Riverbend Road would be the best submission.
I think under the Fast Track Act, and Brandon will correct me, we get invited to comment by the hearing, by the expert panel. Sorry, so it's not. There's no submission process. It's just comments essentially, and we get to comment at the start if something's referred, and we get to comment to the panel. We get to comment on completeness, then to the panel, and then look at the draft conditions as well. So we essentially get invited to comment.
And if we're invited, we would always respond, or could we choose not to respond?
Oh, I think
we would.
I think we probably would. I can't imagine you wouldn't comment. Yeah, it's just I can't remember the wording if it's may or must. But
I think it's may, but I think we would comment. Yeah.
Any further questions? Any further questions? One from me. This is normal standard practice across regional councils to have this delegation passed over. Yes?
It's similar to the RMA delegations, but it's a new piece of legislation. It's similar to what other regional councils have put in place as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. There are no further questions. Can I have a mover of the paper? Councillor Van Beek and a seconder. Councillor Sears, would you like to speak?
Definitely not.
No speakers. I'd just like to thank the team for your fast consenting work on the expressway, which I believe was faster than the fast track. So well done.
Yes.
Fast team, thank you. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against carried. Thank you. Alrighty, last item is affixing the common seal. If there are no questions, I'm happy to move. Councillor Foley, happy to second. All those who agree say aye.
Aye.
Those against, carried. I'll just check next to me, Bex, have we finished everything?
What about biosecurity?
It's been
I
postponed.
that though, haven't you?
I think that's us, team.
Postponed.
Oh, we're postponing the
Yeah.
biosecurity to next, we're just leaving it on the table.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. It was just interest of time and sanity, so with the lateness of the day. So thank you, everyone. We got there. Well done, team. And well done to Nick and exec. Thank you so much. It's been a brilliant meeting. Let's close with our karakia. Kapai, please join in. Kia tauranga manaakitanga a te mea ngaro, ki runga ki tēnā o tātou, kia mahia te hua makihiki, kia toi te kupu, toi te mana, toi te aroha, toi te reo Māori, kia tuturu, ka whakamaua, kia tina, huie, tai kie. Kia ora everyone.